Howdy, I'm Maddie. Welcome to stream. So I've made a few tweaks, just some tiny ones. So I found out this is a setting, show extended burn indicator. You know, in all the previous streams, I've been looking at my burn times, having to do little math in my head on the fly to know when to start burning for our maneuvers. And I don't have to do that. That's just a thing that the game will do for you if you turn this on. So that's nice. We did that already. I forgot to turn my FPS counter off. Get that real quick. There we go. Alright. Yeah. I had the FPS counter on because I was doing a little bit of testing yesterday with some additional graphical mods we have installed now. "32 flights, jeez, okay. I might need to clean up some stuff. But alright. Here we are. Almost have R&D reported. Control. Additional expiration contract offered. Yep. This seems like fewer contracts than normal. Oh, this mission's like super far away. This I could totally do. Probably should have checked where on Kerbal those are, but they're definitely doable regardless. Okay, yeah. And it's in friendly territory too, yeah. Not too far of a flight. We've made that distance before with the Rue 2B. We have to build another Rue 2B. As at the end of the previous stream, we crashed our spy plane, and we have to build another one, which is a bit unfortunate. Keeps changing which one it defaults to. Yeah, so stuff is going to look a little different now. I have installed deferred rendering and TUFX. So those are some nice graphical mods. They did come at the cost of 8 FPS. That's a little unfortunate, but it's not that big of a deal. The stream is at 30 FPS. As long as my in-game FPS stays above that, you guys aren't going to notice anything anyways, so it's not like this is a super high-speed PvP shooter or anything. We don't need super high frame rates. And the game looks a lot prettier. I actually think in the build screen, the build the VAD and the vehicle spaceplane hangar actually look a bit uglier with deferred rendering. So I'm not sure why that is. I don't think, you see, because I don't think it's supposed to look like this. So I look at other people playing with this, with these mods, and it's the whites are not this blown out. So I think I need to fiddle around some stuff. Yeah. And I need to figure out what's going on. Yeah, actually, we could try and figure that out right now. No, that anything? Key value. That makes everything dark. Howdy, Batfo. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. Creating contrast. No. Yeah, I'm not sure why everything's so blown out in here. Well, I'll figure it out between streams. But you can see that stuff's different. you know? Got shiny reflections on our windows and stuff. The lighting is completely different, of course. It's way too blown out in here. It looks a lot better outside. So, yeah. But yeah, we do need to have another one of these constructed, so I'm gonna go ahead and just... Actually, you know what? Are we going to build this again? Or should we build a new plane? Perhaps. So of course, to briefly recap, we don't have a presentation ready yet, but just to briefly recall events. At the end of the last KSP stream, we accidentally landed 2 of our cosmonauts in enemy territory, and we attempted to perform a rescue mission using one of these planes, piloted by the brave Elric Herman. Sadly, she crashed, and we lost the plane along with Elric. So our cosmonauts were found and captured, and we are down a plane. But also, we're pretty sure that the majority of the planes survived the crash, and only the cockpit was really damaged. So that means that the ATF now have pretty much an entire intact Route 1B to study and reverse engineer if they wanted to. So maybe we should build a new spy plane later. Yeah, let's do that. It's so blown out. All right, hold on. I'm gonna FX in out in BAB. Found some with the exact same problem. No solution in that thread. I mean, it's probably a bloom thing. So even with bloom off, it's not, you know, working properly, so. Move that there. Alright. Bloom, intensity down. Eesh. Yeah, no, back to doing soft me. Don't know what that is. Turn off threshold. Nothing. Fusion is nothing. No ratio, nothing. I mean, I think it's because I have intensity set to off. These aren't doing anything. That's not it. GM seems a little loud. Yeah, the music in the building scenes is louder than the music in flight. It's a bit unfortunate. There's no easy way to balance the audio between them. No one's made a mod that just balances the audio between them, which I think is crazy. Um, we're gonna be in here. I might as well. You also can't lower the volume while in the assembly building. Found another thread with this problem. Is there a solution here? Okay. These are saying it's an issue with the latest version of deferred rendering, but that's 7 months ago. When was the last update to deferred rendering? What is the current version? I guess you can. Okay, I'm on a more recent version than the one from that post. So, that's not a great sign. Let's see, there's another thread. This one's a bit older. Okay. Under auto exposure. Luminance. There's 2 luminance. I thought I fiddled with these. Well, this isn't exactly the solution I would like. The adaptation. Oops. Yeah, that's not doing shit. Is there another thread? Another thread. Hey, this one's one of the most recent of them that I've seen. Nope. Okay. Alright, I think I'm gonna have to play around with trying to downgrade deferred rendering to an older version from before this problem became a thing until this problem is fixed. That's unfortunate. Because it looks like it hasn't been fixed yet. Whatever this problem may be. I guess we'll go through all of these and see which one is the least horrible. Okay, I think that one is, so. Alright, well. Excellent. You can see that you can't even see these lines. Alright. Let's build a plane, though. Alrighty. Fuel tanks. Yeah. I've wanted to build something in the Mark II space plane. I love this cockpit. Mark II space plane parts. So I wanted to build something in it. And... that, or do we want to do... Long nose. Might do long nose. Don't know. Hold on. The plane that I'm not sure which of these we'll use. The plane that I'm trying to evoke is going to be the Syben? Subin? I think it's Syben. Syben RSR. That's kind of what I want to be going for here. Old Soviet high-speed spy plane concept design. Never got built, but it looks neat. I am going to be using the Mark II fuselage instead of a cylindrical fuselage like the RSR had. Just because I wanna. Our bomb bay, or our science bay, right there. Let's grab some rocket fuel. Oxidizer, get the hell out of there. And jet fuel. We're gonna need some big ones. Should I do double length bay? That does look more proportional. And then we do need to add the tail on. So rotate you just a little bit. Try and maintain this angle on the top, but have it still go up a bit more on the bottom. Yeah, that looks nice. And yeah, I think that's proportional. Okay. So in that case, instead of having two small bays, we should probably have one big bay, even though that is more expensive. So we have to tool up production of a bigger bay, but oh well. For the best. Or should we have passenger doors bays? Should we? Probably not. We can just shove one of these inside the bay. We don't have to do an actual one of these. Yeah, because I doubt we're gonna need more than 2 extra seats on this thing. But if we really need 4 extra seats, I mean, the bay is big enough to accommodate 2 of these. So yeah, we'll do that. Keep it modular. Yeah. Alright. Do. Let's see. Center of mass is right there. Now, the RSR has wingtip engines, which is a curious design detail on it's on a couple Soviet aircraft design, like high-speed Soviet aircraft designs from the 60s. And I'm sure there's a reason they did it. Probably something to do with aerodynamics. But like structurally, it's not a great place to put your engines because it means you have a lot of torque from the engines wanting to like swing inwards towards the center of the craft. And you have to like brace the wings to make them extra strong so that the engines aren't gonna rip off. Whereas the closer they are to the fuselage, the less reinforcing you have to do. So yeah, but I'm sure that it was probably something to do with like wingtip vortices and stuff. I know that can be, you know, your aerodynamics and your wingtips can be tricky. Let's get ourselves a vertical stabilizer of some assortment. Let's see. We'll build one. Build from scratch. No. Need. Yeah. Yeah. Then get ourselves control surface. That looks good. I think the placement of it's pretty perfect too for matching the look of the RSR. So excellent. Go ahead and set this to yaw only. We should name this 3. RSR stand for? Stands for Jet Strategic Reconnaissance. I guess it'd be JSR in English. Alright. Your friend. Hi, waifu. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. Save that now. The wings themselves. Symmetry. Let's see. Big deltas. Nope, not those. These. Road surfaces. This filler. Need to get better placement on these. Okay. And this guy is going to be just flaps. And this guy is going to be roll. Oh. I'll deploy it. And we need our engines. Our engine nacelles go on the ends. Engines are we going to keep this thing? These are going to be... Yeah, I mean, they're our highest burning thrust, our highest thrust engines that we have. We could always upgrade in the future to more powerful engines when we unlock them. So I think for the initial build, we'll just do these. I mean, we're going to have 2 of them compared to the previous plane's 1. So we will have more thrust, although we are also large. So that might be a thing. But, we'll see. Aerodynamics. We need air intakes. We need some high-speed air intakes. Now, the actual RSR had air intakes with cones in them. We don't have those, but we do have these. So, yeah, I think we're going to have some variants here. Actually, let's save this. Leave. We've got a lot of science right now. We're gonna get more. So let's go ahead and look at... Let's see, where is... Oh. Ah. They're locked. Okay, never mind. Alright, for now, let's just use the ramp intakes. Because I think those are the best air intakes that we have currently. Yeah, they are better. Yeah, these are subsonic air intakes. These are subsonic air intakes. These are supersonic air intakes, which we're going to be flying at supersonic speed, so we kind of need those. Alright, those. Grab our jet engines, and now we grab our other things. Now the intercooler things are not available. So let's just go with do fuel tanks or structural tanks for these? Get fuel tanks. output feel like this needs to be longer to be more proportional still. How much do tanks weigh versus cargo bay weigh? This is 0.25. And that is 0.29. Okay, so it is more for a fuel tank. I mean, 800 plus 800 plus these. We've got plenty of fuel on board. So I think what I'm going to do is just one of these. Yeah. That way we can have our aesthetically pleasing proportions without adding more front mass. Let's see. Ooh. Oh, that's pretty perfect right now. It's a terrible tragedy that we're about to add tail fins, and those are gonna throw off everything. As they always do in this game, but oh well. We do what we can. Actually, look, look at the diagrams. These engines should be forward. Yeah, this will look a lot better once we get the proper air intakes installed. But, you know, yeah. Alright. Let's get the tail fin. Fins. The side ones. Stabilizers put in. Small deltas. Just to make sure that these are absolutely level, I'm going to put them on here. And this way. Now, with that, I mean, yeah, that's not terrible. You know, it is a spy plane, not a fighter, so it doesn't need to be super maneuverable. Oh, that's encroaching on its aesthetics. We divide by that. You remove the fuel. Oh, there we go. Yeah, empty the nose cone. Alright. Mm-hmm. Now, of course, we do need to open up these and add in our scientific accoutrement. Thankfully, I did just save in here. How much does this weigh? Let's see. Science 0.005. 0.01. Okay. All the science out of here. Is there anything I'm missing? I believe so. No. Okay. Alright. Let's go ahead. Pew, 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 pew. All of these. Whoa. So attach that there. Oh, what I can do, structural, mini cubic octagonal struts. Donk. Nope. Just want one. We have one of each. Mm-hmm. You know what? I'll leave them visible. Yeah. And you know what? There. Just so it's technically attached to that. That way we can remove the science as a unit more easily. Mm-hmm. So all the science comes out as a single piece. Yep. Perfect. Oh. I think that brought the center of mass rearwards. Or, oh wait, no. No, I forgot. I did this. Yeah. That makes more sense. Hi, Potato. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. We're building a new plane. Ignore that it is blinding. Alrighty. Landing gear. Landing gear on the wingtip pods is probably the best approach. I think that's what I did on the real one. Anyways. Grab ourselves some wheels. Reminds me of Nairo plane, but I can't remember the model name. I'm modeling it after the Subin RSR, which was a Soviet supersonic reconnaissance plane that was never built. I'm also it also kind of vaguely resembles the, especially because I'm using the Mark II spaceplane fuselage instead of a cylindrical fuselage like the RSR has. It does kind of also resemble whatever the Soviet copy of the German Silbervogel was called. That plane. Just with the delta wings instead of the straight ones. Or actually, no, that one might have Soviet SR-71 from Found and Explained. Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple really cool like supersonic jets and stuff that the Soviets designed and never built because they shifted their priority towards missiles and away from manned jet vehicles, which, you know, realistically a smart move, but did miss out on a lot of really cool stuff. Let's go ahead. Can I... Is that it? Soviet V-22 is one of my faves. What does that one look like? Ah. Interesting. Mil 30. Lots of cool Soviet never-built stuff. We'll be getting into plenty of Soviet never-built stuff. Mostly space never-built stuff. But occasionally we'll do stuff like this, you know, planes. I'm gonna drop from the first Resistance game. Never played any of the Resistance games. They're Xbox exclusives, weren't they? At least the first one was. I know they later made... I think they made a Wii game in that series. I don't know. I watched a YouTube video about the PlayStation. Oh, okay. Yeah, no. Nah, right. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah. They were trying to kill Halo with it. Yeah, right. Yeah, was it the Wii? No, it wasn't the Wii. No, it's like... They made a PSP game or something. I think that's what I'm thinking. Maybe they did do a Wii one. I don't know. Alright. We need countermeasures on this thing. So, BD Armory. Flare dispensers. And I'm just gonna invest in chaff dispensers. Yeah. This thing extra hard to shoot down. Yeah. Stop, because Sony already had Killzone. Killzone didn't kill Halo. They wanted to kill... They wanted to reach the same level of success. I'm playing Farm Sim 25, and the game has spawned my goats floating in the sky. Fitting of their nature. It's really not great. There. There's one of these on there. Yeah. Even though it's not a fighter. Nah, not because it's not a fighter. We really need... Nah, we don't need that. This though we need. So we can manage the chaff systems. Nice. Embedded. Not much. Okay. We're not gonna put a gun on this thing. We will give it missile pylons, though. So where is missile rails? This thing had rails for 2 very big missiles underneath the wings in those spots, so I think we'll include those there. but we're not going to put anything on them for now, of course, because we're just, you know, using this as a scientific vessel and stuff currently. Yes. So yeah. Should we put a radar on this thing? We don't need a radar on this thing. We'll know when they get a lock on us, and then we can launch our flares and stuff, but we don't need a radar to detect that. So yeah, I think probably. Yes. We do need our downward facing camera. There. Okay. We have everything we need. We need a ladder. That's kind of important too. Tony. Ladder. Where are you? That's not very tall enough. We're gonna need big boy ladder, which is expensive, but we need that length. Yep. Just need the one ladder. We don't need a ladder on both doors. Alright. And there we have that. We don't need antenna, we have communications internally or whatever. We have a pilot on board, so it's not a big deal. Alright. I think that's good. Let's go ahead and do a simulated flight. Actually, fewer parts in this plane than the previous plane. So performance-wise, so it should be a little better. Game performance, at least. But also flight performance should be theoretically better. Oh. Those wheels are not far enough backwards. Let's go ahead and address that. Oh, and speaking of the wheels, I need to do some other fiddling with the wheel settings. Alright, so that's center of mass. Rearward. Yeah. Okay, and then the setting on here. I saw a suggestion for. Let's see. Set front landing gear friction to 0. apparently setting the front wheel friction to 0 it makes it way more stable on the runway. I don't know. But, yeah. Oh. We also need... the throw shoots. Mm-hmm. Still click on them independently. Okay, cool. And do we want to have emergency regular parachutes as well? This one after a toe. I'm afraid that would violate my naming conventions, and I am a big stickler for my naming conventions. Alright, we'll put these in. I really need to fix the lighting. Okay, we can still click on those. Yeah. Let's see. Stroke shoots there. Main parachutes up there. Okay. Yeah, we'll test that and see if that's enough parachute. I don't think it will be, but you know. Put them on the cockpit because we want the cockpit to survive in an emergency landing. If we hit the ground kind of hard and our tail disintegrates, that's not that big of a deal compared to the cockpit hitting the ground too hard. So we want to really make sure that that is the safest part of the ground. Trying to take safety as seriously as we can with this design. Alright. Let's go ahead and do another sim. See how she flies. Assuming she doesn't tip over backwards again, which she might, but, you know. We'll see. Also, I don't play Toho, so be a bit of a LARP if I named something after a character or thing in that game. Forgot to enable auto strut on these. Yeah, that's probably good. And this part. Yeah. Alright. Whoa! That's that torque I was talking about. Being a problem. Okay. So, we need an action group to toggle those, because toggling them in flight manually is not an option. Good to know. Actions. Ooh, we don't have custom action groups unlocked yet. Right. Well, not using the abort key for anything. Let's get auto strat on. Yeah, I mean, we don't have a launch escape system, so because it's a plane. So I guess we'll do the abort action group will be Switch mode. Yeah. Alright. We'll do that. Still going rearward on these. Let's further back still. Do a simulation. Come on, plane. Don't tip over. Don't have any problems. Wanted to, but she didn't. Okay. Doing our afterburners. Oh yeah, we have engine gimbal. You can see the new lighting effects from TUFX and deferred rendering. Very pretty. It says Thompson's here. That's not canon. Thompson's not. I mean, it's a simulation. Thompson, of course, is not canonically here. He is on vacation still. Ooh. Maybe we shut gimbal off these for safety's sake. And reduce this. Yeah. Still gaining speed, despite our climb angle being pretty high. Oh. At 1200, or not 1200, 12,000, our engines burn out. Okay. So, slightly higher service ceiling than the previous, but definitely much faster. So, that's good. It's still an improvement. And of course, this having a much bigger service bay means we can carry a lot more science equipment. So I'm sure the military will be pleased about that. Really wants me to know the party brake is off currently. Alright, let's aircraft autopilot. Altitude hold. Still climbing. Oh, I didn't engage it. I'm a fool. Okay. Dip her back down. Do a speed test. Alright, engage autopilot. Whoa! that's what that does, I guess. Hello. Back. Oh, this has a docking mode window like the Mark I space plane as well. Neat. That's a view out of this window, so you can have a docking plant in a service bay directly behind the cockpit. You can visually see your alignment through the window if that's how you prefer to do it. Neat to have. She has to fly at quite an angle in order to stay at level flight. Huh. Our top speed seems to be actually less than I would expect. Which is interesting. Yeah, because the Rue 1B, yeah, the Rue 1B was able to. I just now realized I skipped Rue 2, and went straight to Rue 3 for the naming on this thing. But yeah, whatever. Yeah, the Rue 1B was able to go much faster than this. And in level flight at this altitude, it didn't have to nose up to maintain its flight. That's interesting. What if we open up the gimbal on these? Does that allow for near flight? Oh, you know what it is? I think it's our aspect ratio, or whatever the correct term is, for our wings. It's the Rue 1B had very thin, very long wings. No, it's actually no. KSP doesn't actually model aerodynamics that much. I think it's just the fact that you have less wing surface area in general. Not necessarily that the wings are the wrong shape. I don't think KSP actually cares about that. We have less lift, which means we have to be pitched up like this in order to maintain flight. Pitching up like this induces a lot of drag, so we're not able to get up to as high of a speed. Right, let's disengage autopilot and test handling. Turn gimbal off. She turns in sort of like phases. It's not a continuous turn. Kind of like goes, stops, goes. Interesting. I can't tell which direction we're going because I wasn't paying attention to the nav ball as much as I should have on that regard. You have your authority limited. This thing does not need to turn that violent. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. Just pitch on those. Okay, at a lower altitude, we're able to fly flat and build up way better speed. So that's good to know. Well, I think that's good for most things. Let's just head back. ASC. No, that's heading in the opposite direction. We want to test the landing system over land. Actually, hold on. Let's just restart the sim. We'll take off again, and we'll fly over ground. That way we can test the parachutes. I don't know. Alright. Just simulations. It doesn't matter where we touch down. Alright. Mercy chutes aren't opening. And whee! Alrighty. Let's see how well this goes. Ideally, we'd have no parts breakages, but I feel like we're going to have some parts breakages. What we really want to see is, does the cockpit explode? Oh, it does not. All right, perfectly safe then. That's all that matters, is the cockpit survives. We don't care if the tail blows off because we can replace the tail. So, yeah. All right, let's make adjustments to our control surfaces and stuff, and then put her into manufacture. Yeah. All right. You are going to pitch only. I'm going to have 9 degrees. You have, like, 3 degrees. You're roll only. You are nothing. 20 degrees. You are just yaw. And... okay. And then... shut gimbal off by default. Mm-hmm. Okay. Route 3. You are ready to go. Yeah, no, we didn't have a Route 1. I mean, we didn't have a Route 2, so yeah, no, Route 2. Save. Go ahead and go into here and get rid of the 3s. Mm-hmm. Alright, Route 2. Yeah. When we get the better engines, we'll have better performance at our highest altitude. Although, I mean, I guess we don't really need to fly at the highest altitude imaginable. But, I don't know. It'd be better if we could go max speed level flight at those high altitudes. I could double up the wings, which would double up the lift. That is an option. Could do that. Let's try that real quick. Yeah, why not? Let's do Delta. Doot. And this. Alright. Double wing thickness. Which through KSP physics, I think means double lift. I don't know. Let's see how she rolls. Whether or not we're able to hit our ideal altitude in level flight without having to pitch up. Constantly. Whoa, what the fuck? Why are we... what the fuck happened? Huh? Restart. Why did we tip? What the hell was that? That should not have happened. Control surfaces are deployed. Nothing that's weird that I can see. What the fuck? What? Oh. I didn't have symmetry on when I added the extra wing. So there's twice as much lift on the left side of the plane as there is on the right. That'll do it. Okay. Now the wings are symmetrical. Let's see how she flies. apparently toggling mode in the spacepan hangar does not apply across all of the engines on symmetry mode. But changing other engine stats does apply. Interesting. So like if I disable the gimbal on one of them, it disables on the other in the spacepan hangar. But changing afterburner on and off does not apply to both of them in the spacepan hangar. Weird. Right, there we go. Get up to our cruising altitude. We didn't nose down fast enough there. Fine. Now we have more lift. We should be able to hold our altitude without having to tip up as much, hopefully. Which means we should be more aerodynamic, and we should therefore be able to hit a higher top speed. Yeah, look at that. That's much flatter. Oh, there's no wind up. Oh. Come on. Give me ludicrously high top speeds, please. We're still not getting ludicrously high top speeds. Well, darn. At what altitude do we flatten out? this help do? I think. Yeah, okay. So we were just a little too high. Hmm. Although we're still not hitting our... We're still not hitting our super high speeds. Interesting. A little down. Let's try at 1100 exactly. Close enough. Okay, at 1100, we're able to get our ludicrous speeds. That's not too bad. Alright. And that's with the double wings, though. Is that the same without the double wings? We remove those. Do we still get that? Or no? Let's see. Because adding more wings does add more drag, although I think we have enough thrust to overcome any amount of drag that we add to this thing for a good long while. God damn it. Of course, that didn't save. Doesn't help that it doesn't say in here what mode it's on. Yeah, no, it doesn't say... Oh, wait, no, it does. I'm a fool. Yeah, wet. Okay, both on wet. Save. Start sim. Alright, yeah, so we don't need the extra wings. Yeah. We just go at 1,100 meters. We get 11,000 meters, 11 kilometers. We get our hypersonic speeds. I'm pretty sure this is hypersonic. Yeah. Alright, cool. I think she's ready to go. Of course, we can put better engines on her to get higher altitude hypersonic performance as soon as we have those engines unlocked. But for now, the Ru-2 is looking good. And we do need a plane, so hop to it. Keep forgetting I have to click again when I do that. Okay. Save and begin building. There's a space, right? Yes. A bit narrow. All right. Q. So we've got that going. We're ready for construction. In the meantime, now, again, as we spoke to it earlier, we do have some Kerbals being held captive currently. Okay, yeah, it is daytime over there, so we'll just head on over right now. Why did I exit out of that? I need to be in the tracking station in order to go there. Anyways. So, again, end of the last stream, 2 of our cosmonauts were captured. We've been negotiating for their release. Now, wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, they are both there. They're so close to each other that on the map screen they overlap. That's the issue, but yep, they're both there. All right. Yes. So yeah, we've been negotiating with the ATF to have our Kerbals released. And is the of course. Now the ATF claim that their official policy has always been that if our cosmonauts landed in their territory, they would be turned over to us immediately without any harm or interrogation. But that because we crash landed a spy plane in their territory in our attempt to get them back ourselves, they are not able to carry out that policy anymore. And so they want a little something in return as an apology for crashing a plane into their land. So officially, they're not holding our cosmonauts captive. They just are giving us our cosmonauts back conveniently at the same time that we are handing over Sarah Kerman, who is, of course, a convicted spy who worked for the ATF and sabotaged some of our programs. Of course, they're not going to let us leave with our cosmonauts unless we give them Sarah. But, you know, technically it's not a prisoner exchange per their terms, but it is what it is. We're pulling up here now on the border between Koichland and Kolska. Sarah Kerman having just gotten off a plane in a Kolskan airport and being driven over to the exchange site here. So, we got the flag of Kolska there. One of our allies in Warsaw Pact. And we are. Alright. Oh, Sarah? Looks like you're getting to go free. And, of course, have Valentina and Bill here. They didn't take their jetpacks or parachutes. How nice of them. Maybe I should have parked a little closer for the screenshot. We have a probe core on this thing. There we go. Stand closer. Better shot, yeah. There we go. Alright, well. Enough dawdling. Alright. Let's grab ours. There's definitely a driver in both of these cars. Definitely. I was not too lazy to put drivers in these cars. Totally. There are definitely drivers and guards in these vehicles overseeing everything going on here. Yep. Alright. Wow. We have... Alright. We have our Kerbals. That's... Oh, that could have been bad. Accidentally left the steering on for the rear wheels. Alright, well, now we drive away. Pressing the wrong button. I changed my controls for driving. Oh, actually, I left the regular buttons bound still. There. We have picked up our cosmonauts safe and sound. We can return to Kolskan Airport to have them flown back to the UCCR. Ooh, there's a tree. You know what? Before we head home, let's head over to this tree, because I haven't been to a tree in this game yet. Sure, the Kolskan officials won't mind giving our cosmonauts a little bit of a sightseeing tour. We welcome them back to friendly territory. Yeah, tree. Neat. Like dirt. Don't think we can do anything with this as it is. Interestingly, the light becomes orange or brown underneath that. Oop. That's snore experiments. Huh. Oh, alright. Got it. Go ahead and have them flown back to us. Alright. Lovely. Well, all things considered, could have gone worse. We only had to give up one prisoner to get 2 back, so not a terrible deal. And all in all, was resolved pretty quickly. So, yeah. Alright. Back to space stuff. Oh, Munhart 11 is ready to launch right now, actually. Let's wait till sunrise. Lovely. And let's send her up. Da 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 da. Alright. Yeah, now that it's daytime, you can really see the switching to the wrong one. That one has the default one has motion blur, which is horrible and hideous. I want to use BlackRock's BlackRack's default settings, but I can't. It keeps switching away from them. I did change the settings a little bit. I disabled HDR because that gave me 2 whole extra FPS back. But yeah, all right. This mission is going to the moon. What contract are we doing with this thing? It's a moon lander probe. I think we're doing these temperature surveys. Yep. Yes, we are. This is Munhart, not Minhart, right? Yeah, Munhart. Okay. Alright, temperature scans. Let's go. Yippee. Alright. Throttle her up. And launch in 3, 2, 1. Game is much prettier with deferred rendering and UFX. Sun collection's pretty bright though. forgetting to add control if I needed this. Actually, that just has one. Shouldn't need another. Sure not. Correct for that little bit of southward flight we had, losing ourselves a little more. All right. Do. Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, let me adjust this. Yeah, circular orbit. Oh, yeah. Oh, we needed to start our burn. Uh-oh. Well, that's fine. We're going to be circularizing with this stage anyways, which I think has more, no, it doesn't. It's much higher speed. Yeah, whatever. We don't need it to be perfectly circular. Keep an eye on... That seems wrong. I kind of screwed up that that orbital insertion there. But oh well. It's fine. Alright, the moon set as target. We have the inclination. Yeah, there. Trajectory's on right now. There we go. Nice little moon encounter. Get closer. We need to land near these guys. Alright. Should be doable. Let's just get into our orbit first, and then we'll do an inclination change. Yeah. Might be better. No. Might be worthwhile to do our inclination out here. Other way. Actually, let's do second burn here. That'll be much more efficient. Yeah. One. So close. Too close. Perfect. Do rename vessel. You are not a probe, you are a lander. Lander accept. Now with the show extended burn time, it tells me when to start burning, so I don't have to do any math. Hey, B. Antenna, extend. I always forget to do that. This is gonna be a 1 minute 16-second burn, beginning in 3, 2, 1. Boop. Oh, that gets a lot brighter now. Alright. Approaching the end of our burn. we need to be that precise with it. No, but you know, it's nice to be precise. All right. So now move to our new maneuver node. This one's a 3-second burn, which is a bit much, or a bit little, so we're gonna drop that down. Yeah, 30-second burn, that's much. Okay. And warp ahead to this one. Mm-hmm. Four, three, two, one. Turn. Flags are bumpier looking now. It matches the texture of the part underneath it a bit better now. It's part of deferred rendering and DUFX work. Alright. Lovely. Alright, and 4 hours we make that approach. Alright. You know what, real quick, do we want to just do... Yeah, let's just go with this. 4 hours is not much construction time, so yeah. Oh, 1 day. Well, no, because the day's only 6 hours. I guess. Alright, well, let's just set up this maneuver. We're a bit off target, actually. Well, once we circularize, we can adjust our inclination to get more on target. For now, let's just leave it at that and head to the Space Center. Because we need to devise a plan for getting rid of the craft that we have stranded in orbit around Kerbal currently. So we need a new specially designed stato to achieve that, I think. Will be our best bet. So let's go ahead, open up most recent stato. Stato 6. Yeah, that's it. Deferred rendering does this for the fairings, and I much prefer it over the stock visual for fairings transparency. It's much less obtrusive. But okay. So, we're gonna need to make some modifications to you. Take that off. Coupling. We found out we cannot dock with the other one. So we're gonna have to use this, which is the compatible docking port for the stato that we have stranded in orbit. There's no crew on the stranded stato, to be clear, but it would be nice to have it not stuck in orbit for, you know, the obvious benefit of space debris. So we are gonna need a lot of extra fuel on this thing. So, let's see here. Move you down. And grab... Let's grab 2 of these. You, we are going to set no fuel draw from this one. Now, our center of mass has, of course, moved because of this, so we're gonna have to move our maneuvering thrusters. Although, I didn't like have them on the return capsule for last-minute adjustments. So should I just add more equidistance and equidistance away, or add them here and just disable these ones in flight until time is ready? Or do I just, let's just not worry about it. Put those there. Okay. Match the angle there. Alright. Strut to root part. Okay. So that will give us fuel. Should I have more fuel? Nah, that should be good. That should be enough fuel. Yeah. This will be Stato 7. Alright. And you are manned. Oh, green fairing. Don't know why the last one was an orange fairing. I think I just goofed on that one. Alright, let's save this. And yep. Alright. Add that to the build list and check staging. Yep. Okay. Everything's good. Yep. Alright. Alright, so now we have that under construction. Should I start work on another one? Probably. Let's see. See, that's Bin Capita. That's Moonheart 11. Space around Minmus is gonna be covered. No, this is all landed. We can perform one thing in space with that, so we can do that. Surface Minmus, that's covered by that other one. not surface, air temperature survey. Bourbon, that's covered by the space plane that we're building, or just regular plane. Flag on Minimus, that's long term. Satellite and equatorial orbit of Minimus. Were we gonna just do that with the Minimus one? I think we were, yeah. And this was also gonna be the thing. Spaceflight. Okay, this. That's long term, that's long term, that's long term. Okay, this one, we did need to send up another craft for. So, pressure temperature in spaceflight below those amounts. That's going to be a job for another hopping lander. So let's just go ahead and add that to the build queue. Open up. Another lander. Alright, this will be Minhart 13. Three. Three. Alright. Save, add to build queue, and now we head back into space for our moonlander. There. Alright, let's warp ahead. Approaching the sphere of influence change. Now keep zooming. Alright. Rest limiter unlimited. It's been. So, yeah, that's good. Okay. So, time warp till our burn time is nigh. That one a little close. Orbit line is very glowy. This side of the line is not. Oh, actually, that's how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be fainter on the side you have yet to pass. Alright. There we go. Now then, we can either wait until the moon has moved into a position where our orbit lines up where we want it to. That's going to take forever. Or we can do an inclination change, and that's what we're going to do. Actually, we're going to turn on... No, that's not trajectories. We're going to turn on trajectories for this, because we're going to need it to know exactly where we're actually going to land. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Altitude 9,000. That's under the amount, so yeah. That should put us within that sector. Alright, we're gonna use up all of this stage and then just barely start using this stage, so yeah. Should go fine. One burn. Ditch the stage. Complete the burn. Wonderful. They are here. Yes. Alright, thermometer. Get you ready to go. MKPXM. Entering. Fog temperature. Wait. What? Hold on. Did we miss it? Oh, fuck. I think we missed it. Well, shit. Alright. Let's get landing info up. Oh, did I biff this? Do I not have the thrust to weight ratio to slow down in time? I don't think I do. I should have opened up this panel much earlier. Well, darn. Alright, we'll send up another one. Damn. I should have just gone for landing instead of trying to do a near orbital speed flyover. That was a very silly idea. Alright, well. Unfortunate. Well then. Let's do another. These sorts of things happen. It's all good. What is this debris, specifically? Nothing worth considering, so we'll get rid of that. Try to clear things up a little bit. We're at 7 debris. What are you? Oh, nothing as well. Excellent. Oh, actually, hold on. Let's fly over here because it's on an ice link. It's a great opportunity for me to fiddle with my TUFX deferred rendering settings. Right, so we're on the ice. So, TUFX, rack, yep, edit. Let's see. Hmm. How do I turn on the reflections? How do I turn these on? They look so pretty. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Okay, I need to adjust my settings, maybe? Uh, that's not it. Hmm. Do I have to go to the main menu for this setting option, or is the AI overview lying to me about what settings need to be changed? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I think I have to be the main menu settings. That's unfortunate. Oh well. I'll do that later then. For now, let's just clean up that bit of debris. Alright, that is within the atmosphere. You should be burned up. That is also within the atmosphere. It should be burned up. In the atmosphere, should burn up. In atmosphere. In the atmosphere. In atmo. That's a piece of trash that I actually need to clean up. It's a trash I actually need to clean up. And that's a bit of trash I actually need to clean up. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Alright. Should I put a more powerful engine on the moonlanders? Maybe I should put a more powerful engine. Let's see. One heart 11. One heart 12. Heart 12. There. So that is set. Let's go ahead and let's see. What engine are we using here? We've got the LV1 Ant, which is pretty weak. Yeah, only 2. Jump all the way up to 20. Rust. What's our ISP like on this? 320 in the back, 315. Okay, so it's actually more efficient. It is more powerful. Is there a Tantarez equivalent, though, that we could go in for instead? There is. And I've already have it unlocked. Excellent. In that case, I should use this. 312. It's slightly worse ISP, but not by much. And the thrust is much better. I mean, this is kind of just a worse version of Spark, really, but it's what we have available, and it fits our aesthetics, so we're gonna use that. Alright, there we go. Looks good. Staging is correct. Okay. Yep. Save that. Start construction. Dip out. Da, 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 do, 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 do. Da, 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 da. Boo, dee, dee, doo. Alright, so got some time for the next thing is ready to fly. So let's head into the tracking center and let that roll on by. Okay. Sony. Once again, we'll be trying to send a rover to Midness. Hopefully it works this time. But let's see. Alright. Oy, 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 oy. Got a beautiful picture. Throttle up. Alright, however many times this is the charm. A lot of flickering from those engines, but I'm sure they're fine. No performance loss noted has been observed. Another beautiful DR500 launch. Hopefully more successful this time. So far, so good, though. No faults on the first stage. Stage, all engines have ignited. Looking good so far. Alright. First burn complete. Let's get that circularized orbit. Perfect. Exited the atmosphere. Deploy fairing. Move to node. Now, the second stage here is going to be acting as our transfer stage. So We're not going to be ditching it partway through the burn like we usually do. Those engines are... Those gimbals are itching. Alright. Oh shit, I missed the burn. Oh, that's fine. Alright, second ignition, no problem so far. Pretty sure this is the farthest we've ever gotten with one of these, although I could be misremembering. I'm pretty sure the last one failed because the second stage had multiple engine... Yeah, we had 3 engine failures back to back on the second stage out of 4 engines. So the fact that we're going so well now, I think means that this mission's going to be a success. We don't have any other Everything else is known variables as far as our engines are concerned. So our parts failures are quite unlikely. Uncircular because I missed the burn time. But that's fine. We'll work with it. Alright. Minmus. Set as target. And our inclination going in the correct direction. Mm-hmm. The blue sheen from the planet below is a lot nicer than what planet shine has. Very nice. Deferred. Of course, I still have Planet Shine installed, because Planet Shine does let me set it so that the craft aren't completely pitch black when we're not in any light whatsoever. So I'm still keeping Planet Shine for that. Again, I was not paying attention and missed my burn time. God darn. Oh well. This one's less important for match times. We burned a little too long there. 1 degree over. That's fine. Do we even bother correcting that? Nah, we don't bother correcting that. We're fine. .1 degrees is not going to be a big... Nope, that's... Start it. No. No. Maneuver. Go. Focus view. Alrighty. Now, I'm not going to bother trying to do this satellite thing with this. We are just going to be going for our missions. So, we are going for... altitude below. If it says altitude below, that means in flight. Okay. Pretty sure that means that. KSB altitude below rovers meet altitude below. AI overview is saying that it should work, but I'm not sure that it should work. Okay, yeah. The AI is even contradicting itself, saying it won't work in the next paragraph. So, yeah. Let me just double check the wording of the thing here. So, landed. Midlands and poles. Yep. There's a temperature in flight. Yep, okay. Yep. Yeah, so the rover's not going to work for those missions. That's fine. Okay. This guy is the one that we do actually need the rover for. So that's closer to the North Pole. So we're going to aim for the North Pole. Yeah, I mean, coming in straight over the top's not bad. And another maneuver. Focus view. Maneuver 2. No, we don't. Okay. And that, how much delta V is that gonna take? Nothing. Okay. Cool. Alright, let's go ahead. Rotate. the next node. Engine's getting jiggy with it. King boosters. Let's open this. Yeah. Might as well recharge our power. Of course, we'll close it up again once we go in for landing to protect it from the kicked up moon dust. Minmus dust. Orange. Yes. Okay, hold on. I should have been looking at the moon when I cut off that orbit, that burn. Oh well. Alright, yep, perfect. Burn time 0.01 is quite the time. Let's drop all of these to 2.5. Four seconds. That's still pretty high. Or low. So let's do 0.5. 20 seconds. Alright, yep, that's much more reasonable. Alrighty. Two, one, burn. This time let's actually watch. Perfect. I turn off the points of interest? No, I can't. Okay. Turn off the relays to clear things up a little bit. Did our antenna have a relay antenna? If so, it should be marked as a relay. And if not, it should be deorbited. Unless that's out of fuel, in which case it can't be deorbited. Okay, yeah, it's got a relay antenna. So, you... Okay, you are a relay. Except, yes. Ava Heart 1 is also a relay. So, even though it was originally not intended to be one, it is now, so it has a relay antenna. That's what it is now. Rename relay, accept. I guess I didn't need to go to the tracking station to switch back. I could have just stayed on the... kept doing it through the map screen. Oh well. Is what... In Capita 3. Yeah, third time is the charm. Alright. Quickly gonna rename these screenshots. Wait. You have a favorite 40k faction? Not really. I never really got into 40k too much. Like, it's cool. I just haven't gotten... I haven't really paid attention to any of the lore and of anything in particular, though. Mm. Bing! Status 7 is complete. Yay! How far away are we? 2 days. Okay. That is plenty of time for us to start. Yeah. Let's head back to the Space Center. And get Stato 7 up in the air. Alright, now... not changing my back. Only played one game, but I read a lot of the books. Alright. kind of need more herbs. We need another pilot and another engineer, probably. So Megbull here is very smart, it seems, and very courageous. All right. How much is? I mean, Kerbals is so expensive. Ugh. Fine. And pilot, we only have one pilot as an option on here. She's not the brightest, but she's very brave. Should we wait? We'll wait. Yeah, we'll wait on hiring another pilot. Alright, let's go ahead and get her into outfit. Actually, should we switch over to the new suits? I think it's about time we switch over to the new suits. Yeah. Yeah, this mission can be a 2-for-1. We can test out our new EVA suits. Yeah. So, switching from the old brown and red to nice, clean white and patriotic yellowish orange. Or orangish yellow, whatever that color is. Mustard. Yeah. Yeah. I did this a while ago. I took this suit texture and I just changed the blue for mustard to be on brand. But yeah, go ahead and do that for everyone. Everyone has their helmets on. Alright. Yeah, it's the brand new spacesuit. Get its debut today. Alright. Status 7. We shall launch. Give Valentina and Bill some time to recover still from captivity. And let's send up Thompson and Megbull. Yes. This will be Megbull's first flight. Thompson, of course, is plenty of experience, and he was under protection. But I think enough time has passed, and with the safe returning of our Kerbals, and with no demands having been made by the ATF for us to hand over Thompson, I think we're pretty safe that they do not know that Thompson is alive still. So I think we can return him back to active duty. Thompson, of course, being an ATF defectee, we weren't sure for a bit if he had been found out by Sarah's spying, but it seems like she did not uncover his identity, so all should be good. Alright. Ready to launch. The fairings look bad. I'm gonna be honest. I think the fairings have taken a noticeable hit in their aesthetics with deferred rendering and TUFX. I don't think that these fairings have been properly configured to work with TUFX and deferred rendering. So that's unfortunate. We might have to swap those out on future rockets for fairings that are less flat looking. Which means we're gonna have to go back to the boring vanilla colors instead of our pretty greens and oranges. Oh well. Not the end of the world. Should we take a photo of this flight? This one isn't a historic flight. This is just us fixing a little blunder. Alright. Thompson and Megbel. Ready to go in 3, 2, 1. I should have waited. I should have paid attention to where... Okay, it's behind us. That's not bad. The sound is getting weirder the more times I flip back and forth between the map view and like view. Okay, hold on. Let's think real quick. We are here. They're here. So we need them to catch up to us, which means we need to get to a higher orbit. Be a bit of a wasted Delta V, though. Because fuel is such a concern, let's stick with a low orbit for now. Yeah, 80. It's really a shame about the fairings. Everything else looks so much nicer. Oh well. I'll have to test if that's happening to the... No, it's not happening to the vanilla fairings, I don't think. Because, we had vanilla fairings on the landers we just set up, and those did not look weird. So, yeah, I think it's just the Tantarus fairings are gonna have to go. Oh well. I should be plotting my maneuver. We're hovering to kill Kerbal. Ah, lovely. We actually used up all of that at that stage. Maybe not truly lovely, but, you know. Forgot to put a aiming core on this again. Oh well. Not a big deal. Go ahead and deploy everything. Wrong button. This one. Yep. Oh, look at our shiny solar panels now. Ooh. So pretty. Two, 1, 0. What? Okay, stuff was still moving, so I think just the engine plumes glitched out. That's fine. Yep. Okay. So now, set as target. Our inclination is off. Okay, let's get that fixed first. Mm-hmm. There we go. Perfect. All right. Now we can start setting up for our encounter. Yeah. 500 meters, that's safe. Alright. So, in 3 hours, we have this burn. Alright. You're up ahead. Nyong. Node moved. Weird. Don't think it's supposed to do that normally. It's pointed on target. Okay. There we go. Okay. Cute. Seconds. Alright. $11 to this one. Okay, what's up? The screen space reflections are working on the solar panels. It's not working. They just weren't working for Minimus's ice. That's interesting. I'll have to figure out what's going on there. Alright. That worked. And slow down. Okay. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. There it is. Hi. Hello. Pulling up real close. Alright. We have matched our orbits. Now it's just a matter of getting over there. Go from here. It's anti-target. At target. Mm-hmm. We switch over. Yep. Control from here. Still have power on this thing, right? We do. Yep. Where is... Yep. One at target. Alright. let's head on over. Nice and slow. I forgot to bring a fucking fuel line. Hold on, that might be a fuel line actually in there. Hold on. Let's, because this was copy and pasted from the previous one, it might not, I think it still has fuel lines in it, actually. Okay. I think we're good. Stop. Yay! Yippee! Okay. So now, MacBell, it's time for you to do your work. Aha! Okay, we do have fuel lines. Oh. Oh, shit. I didn't consider this. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Can we just do the fuel transfer through these? Okay, ground speed is enabled. How do I pump fuel? Fuel. Wait. Let's see, transfer in and buttons pop up. I don't. Not even between these tanks that are literally right next to each other. Why not? Huh? What is... what? The... Where's the buttons? No. Hold on. Ah, there it goes. What? Okay, so I can transfer between those. I can't transfer between those. Is there something else in here that has fuel transfer disabled? Okay, I'm not seeing it. Yeah, something in this stack is not allowing transfer. How do these super crossfeed? Enable crossfeed. Enable crossfeed. Enable crossfeed. This is no good. Alright, let's attempt this again. Oh. We have a connection. Is that a valid connection? Nope. Shit. What the hell, man? Hey! Okay. We got it. Oh, wait. We have it going the wrong way. But okay. Wait, no. Wait, no, it was going the right way. Oh, that's connected to that fuel tank. Okay, why? Just... Huh. Come on. I know you're connected. I really don't want to have to launch another one with just like a tiny little fuel tank sticking out the side to connect these. We have good spatial awareness in space. Howdy, Belf. These hoses sure ain't spatially aware. want to do that. I was wondering why the fuel was suddenly going down. It's not going in to the tanks. I don't think that actually changes anything. Yeah, nope. Can't drag the other end. What if I do this? I attach this to that? Nope. Damn it. Like, that should work. Like, look at it. It should work. It physically is capable of working. It just refuses to do it. It's like, oh no, I want to connect to this decoupler, even though that physically shouldn't be possible. Ugh. I mean, there, that's connected to the other craft. Nope, doesn't count. Oh. Does that do it? Nope. No, it does not. Why? Why not? They're connected. Come on. Fuel does go into this. I feel like it's supposed to work, and I'm encountering a bug. So let's just... Right, can't do that because it's not EPA. Let's head to the Space Center. And then we'll head back. And we'll see if that fixes it. Because I think we're just encountering a UI bug where the button's not popping up when it should be. Okay. Now it's not working at all. Fuck. How do I do this? So we can pump the fuel into the engine and then out and on. Does that work? Are you happy with that? Nope. Really don't want to have to do another launch just to add a tiny little fuel tank extension out here. Alright. You know what? Okay. This should work. Right? Like, there's absolutely nothing about this that shouldn't be working. The game is just being a little bitch about it. Oh, now that's not even grabbable. I see how it is. Fine. Whatever. Excuse me? Oh, it's this bug. Game it. Alright, hold on. ASB. Scene change. I can't scene change. Enter time warp. Cannot time warp. Quick save. Quick load.
А ну, чики-брики в дамке!
Hey, Vampy and Stealth. Thank you for the raids. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful time. Hello, what were you up to?
А ну, чики-брики в дамке!
Welcome in. Alright, yep, alright. Quick save and quick load fixed that. Let's just grab a screenshot real quick. Okay. Space! MG Raiders, hi. Hello, welcome in. What were you up to? I assume y'all were collabing for something. Live in Idaho, get your woman 50 pounds of candy or more, or get arrested. Interesting piece of advice. I do not live in Idaho, though, so that will not apply to me. But howdy. What were you doing? I think what we're gonna do, we're gonna undock. We're gonna go here. Alt F12. Jeez. And infinite propellant. We have, okay, yeah. So we're just gonna do that. So we're gonna pretend we filled up this fuel tank because we should be able to, but the game is glitching and not letting me. Alright. Away we go. Alright, I forgot that the engine was broken. I'll just do this with RCS. There we go. Cool. This will now break up in the atmosphere. Actually, watch it. Let's watch it. Turn off infinite propellant before I forget. In fact, I invented Idaho. Ooh. Nice. Alright, let's watch this guy burn up in the atmosphere. So this was a test vehicle that we sent up unmanned to see if it would be possible for us to send a crew on a flyby of the moon using this vessel and our new heavy lift launch vehicle. And it kind of worked, but we had some engine failures and we ran out of fuel, so we got trapped in orbit. And I've been trying to deorbit this thing. And this is my second attempt at deorbiting it. And I am not going to send up another, just because this attempt should have been successful without me cheating, but the game decided I was going to be mean to me. So, oh well. There's an alarm for something entering the atmosphere. Not us, though. Hold on. Why are these numbers moving? Has something gone wrong? I hope nothing's gone wrong. That was the title of the last KSP stream. This is the one where stuff's supposed to go right. This is taking a while to load. And this thing is spinning. It doesn't normally spin while loading. These in conjunction have me, with those numbers changing, have me concerned. What the? What? The fuck? Hold on. Something has gone horribly wrong. I hit escape and it closed the loading screen, which is not how things are supposed to work. We have that quick save, though, so if anything has gone too horribly wrong, we can revert to that. Just... what the fuck is happening? Why is your orbit like that? Oh, because they... right. Yeah. Because I fired the engine on accident a few times. Ah. And I didn't check. Hmm. They might be a little boned. Let's just see. I will say that if something has gone horribly wrong here, I will be reverting it. I don't like reverting when stuff goes wrong, but I don't think this is my fault. Because I think what happened is because the only reason I accidentally pressed the throttle button is because of the trying to fix the bug of the game not letting me transfer fuel. Okay, yeah. Let's just hit the Space Center. Because I don't think I can load that craft. It's fucked. I think because it's actively re-entering the atmosphere currently. So we're going to load our quick save. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. I see the problem here. Why is this not working? With the thing. Weird. Our Delta V calculations appear to be boned right now, but it's fine. I can tell we have plenty of fuel, so it's not a big deal. We're just gonna keep burning radially until this is unfucked. Alright. Let's go ahead and You back in the command seat. Okay. Now, we're going to undock. We are perfectly safe. This craft is going to point retrograde. Turn on infinite propellant. Burn. Until we impact. Go all the way for impact. Why not? Yeah. Okay. Now we can watch this thing plummet to its doom. Alright. Status 7 is not going to... Ooh. Alrighty. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-doo. Why did it warn me I was entering the atmosphere all the way up here? Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. What? She's on the ship. What is this? Shouldn't have tried to load this, because it's a bugged Kerbal. Probably not a good idea to load. Okay, we'll just verify that she's in the seat of Stato 7. And then we'll terminate the ghost. And all will be well. Yeah? Through 2. Yep. Through 2. Yep. And MacLeod is on board. Safe and sound. Yep. Yeah. Just a little tracking equipment error. That's fine. Yeah. Yep. Safe. Okay. Back to watching Stato 6 burn up in the atmosphere finally. Well, it's weird that it gave me the alarm for it entering the atmosphere so early. Nice and toasty. Come on, burn up. More resilient than I thought, huh? We did not burn up, and we're landing in ATF territory. Which, cut that parachute. Yeah, just plummet. Whee! Kerbal. Blew up. And that blew up. Alright, everything blew up. Good, good. They have nothing to complain about, except for the fact that we dropped trash on them. But, you know, whatever. Okay, I can't switch from there without an active craft, so that's fine. Just go to the tracking center and head back. Alright, status 7, ready to fly home. Alright. Ooh, our staging got fucked up. Make sure that this is all correct. Mm-hmm. There we go. Alrighty. And warp ahead. Meow meow. Oops, a little premature on that part. There we go. Why not? Gotta push this separation a little late, just for funsies. Yeah. We're still overshot a little bit, but that's fine. We have boats. Pick them up. Do some truck maintenance tomorrow. Perhaps. Oh, That one's catching up to us. Bye. That one's long behind us. Brushing the clips. Oh, right. Just gonna try and slow us down a little more, but I forgot we removed the RCS thrusters from the U shield, so we can't do that. Oh, doesn't matter. Crash to the ground. Probably crash or burn. Point. There's the ASC. Lost it. Must have burned up. Nope, nope, it's just gone fruit. Hi, kitty. Can you help? Oh. Meow. Meow meow. Hi. Alright. Probably should have opened that a bit sooner, but eh. Meow meow. Need to give him some love. Alright. Smash. And recover vessel. Alright. Excellent. Mission success. Yippee! Kerbal is now level 1. Yay! Okay. So, Minkopita is going to be getting close to Midness soon, so we'll head on over there. Alright, let's go ahead and let's rename this as well so that it shows up on the map as a rover. Yes. Rover. Accept. Alright. Cool. Whoa, what the fuck? Trajectories. Go home, you're drunk. Alright. Let's have a look and see. How quickly does the planet spin around? I see. We want to ideally land, like, here-ish. Oh, it's because we're still on Kerbin's sphere of influence. Okay. Yeah. Let's see here. Add a maneuver. Alright, 17 minutes. Yeah. Cute. 10 seconds. 8. 48. Try to keep the burn times reasonable. This Minmus sneaking up on us as always. There it is. Alright, now that we're on Minmus Sphere of Influence, we can do our landing predictions stuff. Let me focus my view. No? Okay. We're gonna do this the old-fashioned way. No, that works. Okay. So, turn on trajectories. That's not that bad. course, do we want to land... Do we want to land there, or do we want to land up here first? I think we want to land up here first and then drive down to this. Yeah. So we have more science to do up here than we do down here. And so if anything goes wrong, we want it to go wrong after we've done the bigger portion of our mission. So, yeah. I think that's going to work. We'll just set it to that, and then we'll do another burn, like, around here-ish. Mm-hmm. Ton of Delta V in this transfer stage still. So we're just gonna go straight for that landing spot. Meowdy Doggins, hope you're having a good one. Welcome in. I'm working up on Minmus now. Doing good? Nice. Your girl now has her learner's permit. Excellent. Love to hear it. It's using 2 of our engines. I mean, technically these other 2 are burning, just barely. But, yeah. Alright. We're going to go ahead and close the solar panel as we approach the surface to protect it. Beautiful rover preparing to touch down. Mm-hmm. Actual terrain height. Do an early suicide burn. Uh-oh. Okay. Get us upright. Trunk. Gear deployed. Whoa. Uh-oh. Maybe I shouldn't have killed so much velocity on that. Oh well. We have way more thrust to weight than we need. Oh. Yeah, we're coming down pretty slow. Plant us down, please. Forgot retro rockets. Brakes. Alright. Lovely. My dog is such a weirdo because she steals my pillow at night, so I shove her over a bit. When I do, I usually get cozy facing her. I can pet her, but without fail, she always uses her paw to try and shove me off my bed. And if she's quickly shoving her head into my hand for pets, the weird part is she stops both the second I flip over. Puppy. Alright. Let's go ahead and deploy the track. And we have released the rover. Deploying the solar panels and the antenna. Disconnect the brakes. Disconnect, but turn them off. And we roll off. It's so low gravity. Alright. We've done it. We have landed our first rover on another body. Excellent. We can now begin our science. So, poles, gravity scan. Data, transmit that shit back. Oh, not enough electric charge. Oh, shit. Okay. Alright, which of these has 2G 500K? Okay. You transmit the data. Allow partial. Managed to finish the gravity scan upload. Eesh. That's all right. Okay. Hmm. All right. Laser reflector. The sky. Log. Pew! Measurements taken. Please don't require as much electricity to transfer this one. Okay, good. Micrometeoroid detector. That's an easy one. Radiometer scan. The sky. Yep. Log and transmit. Oh, that's another big one. Okay, there we go. Alright, that's everything we are required to do in the polls. But since we're here, first time, let's go ahead and grab X Science. Where are you? Alright. Red light camera. Let's put that back. Ultraviolet light camera. Transmit that back. Invisible light camera. Transmit that back. Ion trap. Transmit back. Alright, we've done all of the science that we can here on the polls. Excellent. Now, we begin our journey towards the Midlands. Ooh, hold up. SES needs to stay on, and steering needs to be turned off. I could have sworn I already did that, but apparently not. Yep, just want to steer with the front wheels. There we go. Good. Don't know which direction I'm pointing. Okay, that shape should be directly south. And then that means we're going... Alright, so that is the correct direction to be driving. Opposite of where we're going now. Go. Sway. Actually, driving with WASD instead of IJKL is probably a good idea, because when I press W, it goes forward and it tips the craft downwards at the front. And this thing likes to pop wheelies, so... We're going to drive slow. We're not going to go over 10 meters per second. Little guy. Wowie. Immediately disconnected them. What's the point of adding brakes? I know, I turned them off temporarily. Yes, the brakes are very important. We're not getting rid of them. Should have quick saved after I landed. Alright, let's brake. Laser reflector. Why are we draining power? Did this break? No, it did not. Why is power going down? Batteries break? No. Oh, batteries look fine. Why aren't you working? Oh, it is broken. Damn it! Oh, boy. Well, shit. That means we have to hurry. Okay. No dawdling. To the Midlands. Oh. We're not going to be able to complete this mission. We don't have enough. We can't recharge our electricity, which means we can't finish the mission. Damn it. Whee! At least she's able to right herself so easily. Alright, well, we can't complete the mission anyways. We might as well just park here, get what we can. And she's dead. Rest in peace, Min Capita 3. Oh, I can't even... hold on, can I... I can't even put her into parking brake, really? Alright, hold on. Let's... I don't want any issues, so we're going to infinite electricity real quick. Oh, no. And... engage parking brake. Parking brake engaged. Turn that back off. Okay. Yep. And... that's where we leave her. She did not get very far, but hey, you know? She did the first half of the mission, so we can land much closer to the other place with the next one. And it'll be fine. Yeah. Alright. Well... I have leftovers. Alright, well, I think that's gonna be it for tonight, though. We set out what we did what we set out to do. You know, we flew fast and we drove slow. Wowee. So let's go ahead and find someone to raid. I feel like this stream was a lot less productive than some of the previous KSP streams. Somehow. But, you know. It works out like that. It's fine. I already have like 14 slides on the next presentation that I need to write stuff for, so having a less eventful stream is not a bad thing by any means, as far as I'm concerned. Alright. Not raided Sagwar in a long while. Let's head on over there. It's playing Dave the Diver. Alright. So, wowee. Thank you all again for tuning in. I will see you in the next stream, which will be Baldur's Gate 3 this weekend, most likely. And then some more KSP on Monday, most likely, again. Yeah. So, thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you then. Bye. Good night. Night, waifu. Night, doggins. Bye. Night, stealth. Night, vampy. Night, batfoot. Night, potato. Bye. Bye-bye. Good night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Good night. Bye-bye. Bye. Good night.